Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Yeah, early stream today. But yeah, I want to get some stuff done, so why? And I thought, like, why not start a little bit earlier today? Well, a lot earlier today, I guess. But then let's see how long we stream. But yeah. So yesterday we refactored a little bit the shader compiler. GLSL should be running again. We will probably, after everything, remove GLSR, most likely. At least as the main thing. We might support it as a separate option for some versions of the engines, but probably once we find out that Slang can do everything we want, we probably will remove it. So this is really only interesting for... What did I do here actually? I put the binaries and the source. So the source I think is the pre-processed one and the binaries is the actual compiled SPIR-V, I think. So I think we will keep that, at least the binary one. The source one I don't think we need for Slang. And the directory is shader stage plus the shader language. Well, okay, in that case we might actually kill that altogether. I don't know. I think we don't. Wait, what? Oh, okay, it's both. Okay, let's kill that. I don't think we need that anymore. Good. And then I did a little bit more research. Slang compiler. So what I noticed is that there is a... What I was yesterday talking about the entry points. It is valid, or it is a valid issue if we would get the target code, I think it is. So instead of... And then the question is, do we just change that, right? Because we could do some link, I think. Get target code. What is the target index? Slang at target code. But why is the target index? Oh, okay, it is the compilation. Calling get... Okay, I see. Alternatively, there's also a function which will compile all entry points, which is useful for SPIR-V and metal targets. Maybe we don't do it then. No, I think we will keep it as is. In that case. Okay. Although, do we ever... No, it's fine. I think we will leave it like that. So this will actually compile. Okay. So that would be this. Probably target index 0. And then we have a blob out. Oh. Failed compiling entry point. Alright, and then otherwise we basically put that out there, out shader, well, shade stage, well, out stages, that's what it was. Would be the Spurvy code. Get buffer pointer, get buffer size. Nice, up lowercase, so get buffer pointer, Spurvy code, get buffer size. And then we add a new namespace here. Shader stage. Slang stage, okay. Is it that or what? It's not in the namespace, it's just as that. Okay. Okay, we don't have that. Well, actually, let's add an let's add all of them, why not? I mean, location, I don't... Dispatch. And that one will be invalid as well. Okay. So we need a couple more here. Our geometry split. Okay. Domain, well, hard domain, geometry, ray generation, intersection, any hit, closest hit, miss. Hey Penguin, hello. We're doing an early stream today, as you can see. But yeah. Now we do here, it's shader stage. 2 shader stage. Oh, not what I wanted, fat fingered. Entry point, reflection, get stage. And then we can even do that. Change stage. Do I need to do an enums to string? That's unfortunate, but fine. I'm wondering if I can do an overload for that. Actually, let's try that. So, for example, I think in GUID I have one. Not. Thought I have one here. Maybe not. Maybe in Spring ID then? Oh yeah, here. Well, I guess we can take that, and it's in STD. So, which namespace is that? Okay, well, that one is outside, perfect. So we do here, namespace std. Oh, well, yeah, never mind, we don't do that. And then we have here T or enum T. Let's do that. Ah, what did I type here? And then that would be that would be that. We get rid of that. Now we do this plus nums to string enum. Why would that not work? String ID. I mean, that should work, right? I'm confused why that wouldn't work. Then this should work. But it doesn't. Hmm. Hmm. String ID. Does it just not like it? Does it? Am I not allowed to do that? Explicit specialization after instantiation. What? Oh. No, yeah, full and then full. But it doesn't like that, why? I'm missing something, but I don't know what. Guess I'm a little bit blind today about that. Why would that not work? Wait. No, I'm confused. Why would that be an issue? Oh, because it was a keyword. I'm stupid. Enum is a keyword, so I can't use that. Yeah, okay, yeah. All of it makes sense. That makes sense. The error could have been better for that, not gonna lie. Okay, so that hopefully works. And we have get buffer pointer here, and that needs to be to integer like that. But actually, yeah, no, yeah. Why is that a problem? Or is it that you don't like? No, that should be fine. The assign is wrong. It's oh, it's the other way around, right? It's first size, then the pointer. Or what is get buffer pointer? Isn't that an int? Okay, maybe not. Do I need to change this now to uint64t? Or actually pointer, not pointer div t, but probably size t. Because it seems to be a const void pointer. Is that not it? So that's a size t, and then unfortunate. Why is it that it needs to be const? Yeah, okay, so maybe this needs to be const. Okay, so that would work, yes. Can I make const? Well, I guess const void pointer is fine. It's probably anyways that. The question is, how would we handle multiple entry points? That's the thing I can't really handle currently. The other way would be that we rewrite this to just get the target code. Where do we... is it in pipeline? No, it was in shader, right? Shader module. Was it here? Actually not. So maybe it was pipeline. Okay, maybe not. Oh, it's not a pipeline. Okay, as we're not here. So where was it then? Was it in well, maybe it was in shader.h. Yeah, okay, it's here. Ah, it's the pipeline shader. Why? Oh, because we cached that. Maybe we get rid of that. Maybe I rewrite that. Although, maybe we need that for potentially adding GLSR? Yeah, HLSR. Oh, that's not nice either. Why do we get the Vulkan graphics API here? Oh, because we are in Vulkan, never mind. That's fine. Need to think about that a little bit for a second. Because we would need multiple entry point support here if we would want to do that. But maybe we just don't support multiple entry points. I'm not sure. Because I mean, multiple entry points are only supported by SPIR-V and Metal, it seems like. think it mentioned that somewhere here. Yeah, exactly, which will compile all entry points, which is useful for spur V and metal targets. But if you would ever want to have a DX11, not 11, DX12 backend, that would not fly. But then again, do we really care about that? I guess we could do add stage override. I guess. Let's get rid of that then. We can get rid of that again. That's our bytecode here. So we get rid of that. That will completely break GLSR now. But I think it's probably fine. Now we just have one shader module here. Yeah. And then let's get rid of that as well. Why not? We still have that. Script set layout. Yeah, we might still need that. We get rid of that. Rid of that. We do here. But then I can't really know what stages the shader has. Let me think again. Then we can't really do that. Is that worth it? I mean, the benefit of having only one shader module is as well when less memory shenanigans, and it makes the reload easier. It makes a bunch of things easier. Can we do that as a... No, we would need to make that a U16 then. 4, 8. 4096, and then my math is already a little bit 8,000 something. Not 10, 11, 12, is it 13? At that point maybe we do it, yeah. Man, I was right. Oh, or 14, that's actually then do all of them like that. 12. Oh. Okay. And then this would be one, two, one. How many are they? 16. But I'm not sure if I need ore. Where do I use ore? Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's clear that. A couple of things that we need to change then. Where, okay, where this one is compute shader is then let's actually go there. Enum, or bitwise enum, that's a really bad name, but what can you do? And then we have the any somewhere. And the is set is basically an any. Where? Or an all actually. I guess. Just a different name for or. Maybe we do a different overload for them, but let's see. I will think about that later. Okay. I think with that point we actually already probably have to kill GLSL altogether. Because that basically breaks it. Okay. Update reflection data, and with that we did the descriptor sets things. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. We get rid of that. And for now we get rid of that. Don't need to do anything here actually. Yeah, that's fine. Is that fine? It's actually not that fine, never mind. Do I need to reinterpret cast then? I guess I need to reinterpret cast. I guess. Guess I need that, I don't know. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe we take it a uint 8. That's fine. Probably, right? Or maybe we do it const because we don't want to change it. Okay, that doesn't work or what? Interesting. Okay. So that would be the... That should be fine, yeah, okay. Then we would need to do that, right? Which would be that. And then this would be an std bitcast. Something like that, I think. Well, okay, this one is... Let's do that. Not sure if we ever call that. We will have a bunch of errors now, for sure. Because, yeah, we basically cared... Oh. Yeah, but that doesn't exist anymore, I would say. At that point. I guess. I think we just have includes here. So I think includes don't take that anymore. So we do that, shader includes that. Probably. There will be quite some things to change. Okay, well, we should do that here as well, but that's fine. So the current stage I think we keep, but the shaded stage includes. Or just the hash set. So I think it's just that. But how do I do... Wait, in slang? How do I do push constants per stage? Or does that not... Does that maybe not make any sense anyways? This is GLSR. Built in push. Okay, it doesn't have it. Great. Why does... Or is it as a parameter of the function? Was that it? Slang Vulkan stage push constant. Okay. That's... I don't know what that is. I don't think this uses slang, right? Yeah, it doesn't. I think to remember that it might be on the function. I think potentially this is a push constant. But I'm not sure, to be honest. That's a little bit misleading to me, how that would work. Oh, okay, I think I found that. Okay, so it does exist. Never mind, I think I found it. We just need to change how we generate the stuff a little bit. Okay. I mean, the shader generator we will fix afterwards. That's like, okay, I mean, I thought I will quickly add slang. I think it actually turns out to be a bigger thing than I anticipated. Who would have guessed? Okay. And this maybe doesn't actually work anymore here. Oh, but it makes a lot of things simple, I think. Where does it? Because we need different implementations then per platform. I think we never will add DirectX though. So the shader stage cache entry. I think I will get something more to drink and think about that. How would I would want to do that? So maybe actually, how about we kill that again? We actually do that. Or it will be in the hash maybe? Maybe we put into the hash as well the include hash. Now let's see. We do it like that, and then this one goes away, and we just call the serialize on the shader. So we don't do that. What we do is mgraphics system that's load. So we basically is load from disk. Let's do that for now. We will probably do a nicer version of that. We give it the graphics system. We don't give it the stage. Just give it the bytecode. Or do we even give it the bytecode? Maybe we just give it the stream. And it does internally what it needs to do exactly. And then we do still a loop, never mind. Why do we do a loop? No, right? We do just stream. Read. Include hashes. Yeah. And here stream write entry, and then we just say entry dot shader write into the stream. And that should do it. Now we need to implement that. Shader.h. While we do no discard virtual bool load from disk and we basically forward declare that. Oh, why do we have it here? So I guess we could do stream. Then shader.h in Vulkan, oops, shader.h in Vulkan, basically implement that. What we do here is stream write, well, stream read bytecode But we don't save the bytecode, right? Yeah, we don't. So we would need to create one. And we read the bytecode. And then we basically do the create here. Where is the module? Oh, we just create a new shader module, I guess. Where did I? Oh, here. Just the API and the bytecode. That would be work on API. Perfect. And then the write is basically stream write modular get bytecode. Why did I do that? Because I want to do something here, which is span. Is it like that? Oh, it's like that. We write that. I think we would need a different function here, but that's fine. Shader.h, this one, and then shader cache. Wait, write? No, the write doesn't have to, sorry. The read has. Oh yeah, we already have that. Okay. Oh well. Well, if that is an issue, then we probably should return force as well. Okay. Hmm. Have a bunch of things that still don't really work out. Well, I wanted to get something to drink, so I will do that now. Be right back. And then we go to the bathroom as well. Alright. Let's continue. Did I turn on my mic again? Yeah, I did. Okay. Good. So what is that? Maybe we actually don't do that here? Maybe that's handled internally? And at that point, maybe... we just give it the shader path, the shader code, the entry, or like maybe the shader. We don't even give that in. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. So it would be this, and then instead of that, we would give it a shader top page. And I think we get rid of that. Probably. Maybe? I think I killed that and we just have slang anymore. I will completely care GLSR. Okay. I guess we could re-add GLSR eventually, but I think for now I will just kill it. It doesn't make any sense to keep it alive at this point. And at that point, maybe we kill it altogether. Why not default? Sorry, Onyx modules RHI shader compiler delete. Or that was a cleanup, if I would ever have seen one. Oh. UN16T. Makes all sense. So let's fix from the top to bottom, I guess. In place array. What? Ah, out stages. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. So in this case, we basically get rid of that, I think. And we need a couple of things. So basically, if graphics system do we have, oh yeah, we have to get API type, exactly. Really, we didn't include that yet. If we have the get API type and then here case work on. Oops. Switch. And then here, well, let's actually Onyx assert API not implemented, or like shader compiler slang compiler not implemented. Okay, and then here, all we do is do this. Oops. And then program a layout get target code. No? Oh wait. Is it not that? Oh no, it's link. It's link get target code. Like that, get right ref spur v code. Good. Result. Yank that, paste that. Failed compiling. Slang shader with nothing probably. Well, we could probably give it the path. That would at least be helpful. Otherwise, we continue and we reflect here. This one would be the other code for DX12, but we don't care about that. Okay. Module name. By stem, I think. Or is it file name? It's maybe file name. Is it file name or stem? I always confuse those. std file system path. Is it stem? Is it blah? Returns the stem file name without extension. Okay, so we want that. So it would be that, and then module path is just that to a generic string. Okay. Good. And then we have the blob here. We reflect, and at the end, what we do is entry, or like out shader actually. Did I not adjust that yet? Change shaders. Isn't that already? Okay, wait, maybe not. It's a shader, yeah, it's a class. Okay. Good. Now we have that. And here what we can do is Vulkan shader. No, I meant that. Vulkan shader. Thank you, but I think we need the normal shader as well. Good. Vulkan shader. Ba, 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 ba. Init maybe, or load, or or like set shader code. Nah, I think init is fine, right? Or create. Do we maybe call it create? Create might be a little bit better potentially. Bytecode, so that would be dynamic array u and 8t. Well, actually, let's do a span. No, let's do a dynamic array. That's fine. We can do it like that. Bytecode. And the shader reflection info. That's the graphic system. Now I can get rid of that. Okay. That might actually work-ish. Dynamic array u and 8t ref bytecode. Done. That is the pipeline grade info. We don't really care about that. Good. What do you mean? Talk in full sentences. I'm concentrating. So I'm thinking about what I need to do next. We need to create the shader module here. Not like that, but like that. But nonetheless, welcome to the stream. And we take that as a R value reference, and then we go here, up, R value reference, and then we move that in there. Nice. What is the problem here? Ah, okay. Here. That makes sense, but what is this here? Why do you not like that? Work on graphics API and then a ref of bytecode. Maybe it's a wrong error. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we then need to call that here with the graphics API. Actually, we should call it what it is. And then we have the reflection, which we still need to create. Where would we do that? Probably here. Shader reflection. And the bytecode first. So that one we need to construct. Bytecode spurv. Is that it? Probably. Oops. Like that. Oh, and probably that. I mean, that would probably work. Yeah. And then we give it a bytecode here. Never used the const cast, to be honest. Don't want to store it as pointers usually. Okay, now it would be that. Oops. Yeah, but that doesn't work. That's unfortunate. I think it's because this would need to be a pointer. And at that point, what's the point of it? You disagree with what? Yeah, unfortunate. I don't really like that. But it's fine for now. Can think of that later, or like improve that later. Graphics system. Let's rename that. Okay. And yeah, here as well, graphics system instead of API. It's const. Why do we give it as a const here? I don't think we want that. I think it should be mutable. Because I think we need a mutable reference to create the shader. But I'm not sure. Actually, we could check graphics system. And then create. Well, actually, maybe we don't. So here we get a ref to that, and then in the shader module constructor, all we need is the device handle. Which can be const. Would that be a problem if it's const? Okay, seemed it's fine. I mean, we will find out, I guess, if it's fine or not down the line. So I guess we can make that const, and then we can make this const here as well. And that's about it. Oh well, here. Const. Okay. Let's see where we get that. Probably still a bunch of compile errors here and there. So those ones are obvious because we don't do the pipeline creation correct. But let's fix those first here in the shader cache. So we... No, actually we give it the shader here, but probably I did it wrong. Oh, okay. That's why. Shader is the last parameter. Like that. And okay, let's see where we go with that. Still a bunch of errors, of course. Yeah, that refact, or like the implementation of slang, will take a little bit longer than I thought, but overall it will be worth it. Okay, well then let's change that for now. To here, that, and then whatever. Let's do that for now. Let's return the dynamic array. We can deal with that later. Return span instead of dynamic array. That's good enough. We do that. Perfect. That should fix that part. Oops. What did I press there? It's not what I wanted. Oh yeah, we need to change this here as well from uint 8 to uint 8 pointer for this to work. And then, yeah, that should be fine. Okay. That should fix all of that. And let's see what else we have. Okay, this is the same error. The shader module requires... well, whatever. Let's build. Seems like it doesn't find the constructor for some reason, but that's weird. What else is there to do? Okay, well, we have that makes sense. We can get rid of that. That one would be as well gone. Yeah, we can actually probably just do that from don't we save that? Yeah, I think we do, so we can get rid of that. And can't we in the when we wrote the shader get reflection data and then we write that? I think that should be fine. Not sure if that is what we had before, but let's leave all of that out for now, and then this one. Okay, yeah, we did it like that. Okay, so let's do that again. So we do this, and then here as well we do it in that order. So we keep the same basic principle of what we read where. All right, save that, compile, see where we fare now. So that's the pipeline, that makes sense. Is that the, no, it's not the only one. That was kind of obvious. Okay, so that would be that. Does the return true if it's empty? Probably. Well, I don't know. We will find out. Well, entry, you can do that, empty, or that. That would work as well. That will for sure give us the correct behavior, even if it's empty. Okay, so still complaining about the constructor, which is weird, in my opinion. Out of line definition of create. Say what now? Oh wait, this needs to be a uint8 pointer here. Okay, yeah, then that makes sense again, and we still have the issue of that weird constructor. Well, I actually knew that. What? Why would that not work? So that's the same thing, right? And then that's bizarre. Why would that not work? Am I blind? What the issue is? Well, let's see. So here. Oh, we need to move that in. So that's one thing that we need to fix, of course, but that will not be the main issue. Expects an R value for the second. Ah, do we need to move it forward or what? Is that what you want? Okay, yeah. Okay, fine. Oh. Okie dokie. Unused. Well, that's fair, I guess. Well, we will use it again. So what we will do is we still need to iterate over that's what we will do is shader stage. Eh? Oh. So we need to figure that out inside the reflect. That's fine. We will do that later. Okay. What else can we do here? This one. Okay, those functions or don't return anything. Probably an issue, but fine for now. God damn it. Why did I start this refactor? Oh, actually we're almost done. Nice. What we now need is this part here. And we basically take that, put that here, and what we do is I see, wait, okay, where? No, I think that's still fine. I think what we need to do is just this. Or do we still call it on the shader? Because I think what that does is, do we not create one per stage? I think we do, right? So, well, is that actually a Vulkan shader or a shader here? I think it's just a shader, right? Actually, is it a Vulkan shader or what? Oh, it is a Vulkan shader. Okay, in that case, we could keep that. We do it like that. VK pipeline stage, well, whatever, and that. Oops. Yeah, here, paste that in here, do a space here, and then we implement that in our beautiful header, in our CPP. Where do we put it? Probably below the create is fine. Oops. Shader. And now what we can do is more or less copy what we had up there in the reflect info. Pipeline create infos. And then we return that. And we need to, of course, do that stuff. So what we will do is basically what we will do is before we loop over the stages, shader stage, vertex, which is the first one, while the stage is less than shader stage, probably count. Well, actually that will not work, never mind. But then we do a plus plus. Ah, that doesn't work, see. Okay, well then. Yeah, okay, we need to do that slightly different, but Well, actually, you in 16T. I, and then 0. All right, and then if while we do a shader stage here. Thank you for the follow. To enum shader stage I. Well, actually, I shifted. Well, one shifted by I. And then if stage equals invalid or count, I guess. Well, can we do? No, we can't do that. Yeah, so that's fine. Then we continue. I think that's the only invalid one, right? Yeah. And then what we do is if our enums is set in M stages, if that is wrong, if that is false, then we don't have that stage here, and then we can continue. Otherwise, we have it, and then we can create the pipeline create info. Place back. And yeah, that would be that. Well, I guess what we could do is pass in the parameters here. Well, it doesn't have a constructor probably, so probably doesn't work, never mind. Oops. Okay, well, that didn't work. Oops. Okay, great. And that one would be a module get handle. More or less like that. That will still fail potentially. I mean, that will definitely fail. We will not have a shader yet. Or maybe we compile. That would be already a big win. Let's see. So the plan is getting ImGUI shader working again today. Get rid of that. Delete. Is there anything else? Probably still have it somewhere, yeah. Let's see if it works. I would want it to just compile, because then we can work on redoing basically the shader. I mean, yeah, adding the correct shader for Imgui. That's what I mean. But there's still a couple of things that we need to do. The question though is, I'm not sure how I would want to do the entry point name. That one I still have to figure out. But let's do one step at a time. Oh, I think I didn't. Yeah, exactly. Didn't. I wasn't attached to the end of the buffer. All right, probably a couple more of those. Yeah. See, couple more. Yay. It's all the CSG functions that have that. So we need to delete all of those. I think we can get rid of that then, though. But let's see. Actually, let's put to do. Because yeah, we added it to the all category, which I'm not even sure why we did that. Because we create a header and we don't create the vertex or fragment shader, I guess that's why. But yeah. Okay, we only have a link arrow, it seems like. Perfect. Which is here that it doesn't. So graphics system, shader path, shader code, and then the out shader. And what does it not like about that? That it's not implemented or what? But it clearly is. Okay, well, it clearly is not. Never mind. Oops. Compile. Ah, yeah. Okay, so that should be better. Let's put a breakpoint here. And we should end up here, hopefully. Okay, maybe not. Okay, we... Oh, wait, maybe... Oh, yeah. Or we need to clear the cache. And now... Yes, we go here. Oh yeah, and then get or load. Oh. Oh, why did I do GLS earlier? Yeah. Slang. Okay, perfect. And I assume we go all the way down here to probably here. Well, okay. Unfortunate. Invalid address. What? Okay, let's try that again. Did we even write out something? Probably. Oh, we did. Let's actually kill the cache for now. I think that would make it a little bit simpler to debug. So let's go to shader cache, write or save. And let's not do that. So that we always reload from the actual source, because then we can disregard the rest for now. Okay, so why? Okay, so that worked or what? No, right? Oh no, it actually does work. Okay. Well, kinda. Is it now that paired loading slang shader? Okay. In 112. So here. So I guess here we would want to output as well diagnostics. Is that a string or what? Get buffer pointer, diagnostics, get buffer size, I don't know. Ah, string. Yeah, see, that's weird. How do I output that? Oops. Diagnostics. Okay, they cast it to a const sharp pointer, perfect. So I guess we can do string view. Okay. Want it like that, fair. I don't care, to be honest. I guess we do that, and then that should hopefully give me the string now. But I assume it's the fact that I now... No, actually I don't really know why it would fair. That already throws. But why? Do we get... Oh, wait. Do we get that card 2 times? We get it once? But then... I'm so confused, what? Oops. Oh, what did I do here? Gee. Okay. Null pointer. Typing is hard. Okay. I still don't understand why that would fail, but okay. Does it need to be a full path? Is that the problem? Let's do one thing. Let's try that first, and then file system. Maybe it's the path that it doesn't like, I don't know. Okay, no, it doesn't. It's not that. Oh wait. Oh, I give it the... But why does that throw? That's bizarre. Ah, no, it doesn't throw, okay. Okay, that makes a little more sense. So I think I'm giving it the wrong code. Yeah, so this one test for now. Instead of the shader code. Let's get rid of that. Okay, and then we have this here. Perfect. Okay. We can't do more than that because we don't have the reflect yet. So we do a shader reflection info. Reflect on probably linked, because I don't think I need that. And then let's do an optioner here, why not? So if we have an issue, we can return a null point, like a null optioner. And then that would be that. Anything else? I mean, probably. I'm just missing it currently in my brain. So wait, well, we can get rid of that. Well, yeah, if reflect info has value is false, then we return false here. Otherwise, we can give it that dereferenced. Okay, and then we implement the reflect. But probably actually we give it here the get layout. Wait, what was it? Let's go back a little bit. Get layout, okay, and that returns us a okay, perfect. And then here, what we will do is create a new function which returns an optioner shader reflection info. Reflect slang program layout perfect. Alright, so basically what do we need to fill here? We need to do the vertex inputs. Descriptor sets push constant ranges, which is kind of weird, but fine. And then shader resources constant buffers output attachments. Do we even need those? I mean, maybe. Okay, so this one is clearly not used. This one is used. Well, kinda. Not really used. That one is used. And that one is used. And the vertex input is probably used as well. So I think those are not used, that one. Yeah. But this one is. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we need to fill those 3. And is using bindless, is that used? No, but I think we will just say reflect info is using bindless is true, why not? And then we need to fill those 3 things. So basically, we probably need to find the entry point that is a vertex stage. So basically we do in 32T entry points count, entry point count, program layout, get defined entry point count. Oh, get entry point count. Okay. Okay, well, that's a uint. Plus I. Alright, const. Auto entry point is program layout, get entry point. Why do I want to keep doing that? Get entry point by index, okay. Alright, if our entry point is get stage. Well, 2 shader stage, I guess. Okay. Fine. Shader stage. Stages. If our stage is a vertex stage. If stage if shader stage vertex. Perfect. That's what I want. Then we retrieve our inputs, which I'm not quite sure how to do yet. Is there maybe an example? Let's see. Is that even the reflection? I'm not sure. Well, kinda. Post compilation. Metadata, okay. That's fine, I guess. Diagnose if needed. I guess that's a... Oh yeah, that's a pretty handy function. I guess we will do that. And then link, and then we do an entry point code. Okay. Okay, I see. Varying input, I think. So I guess we get parameter count. Const and 32. Parameter count. Then for each uint 32 tj. Or let's do parameter index. Why not? I is less than parameter count plus plus. That was of course wrong. God damn it. Parameter index. Alright. And then if the parameter at that type at that place slang type layout reflection. Oh, well, actually I think variable layout reflection, sorry. Well, let's do auto, why not? Parameter is entry point get parameter by index, like that. Get type layout. If our type playout get kind is not, well, is a struct, kind struct. Else we just do another thing, and that would be basically, I'm not sure what it would be, but I think it would be get offset in slang varying parameter category varying input. I think that would be the thing. That is like the input stages. And I guess if it doesn't find it, does it return unknown size if it's not defined? Okay. Okay. Otherwise, while we do this here, so basically let's do Onyx log info found instruct, otherwise found in type, I guess. I don't know. I think we are calling reflect already, right? So probably should be fine. Okay. And we found a struct. Is that correct? Did I do it like that? I mean, probably I did it like that. Shader compiler or shader cache? Shader compiler, okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess we would always want a struct, potentially, I don't know. Can I do as well if I don't do it like that? Can I have it like that? Let's kill that for now. How would that reflect? Why is that sometimes crashing? Undefined identifier. Did you mean in out? Oh, fair. Color. And that's it? Oh no, then here pause. Okay. Yeah. And then that would be that. Parameter count 2. Location 0. Okay. One. And then we continue from there. Okay. I guess that would work. Well, in this case, we have the location. So what we would need to do is vertex input. How did that work? Add. We add a location plus a format. Okay. Makes sense. So I guess we would do reflect info, vertex input, add the location, and a format which we still need to get. Can I get stride or get size? What does that return? Okay, that might actually work. For the vertex attribute, wait, vertex, where pipeline layout? Pipeline. Not that one. God damn it. This one, where we do the vertex attributes. Vertex inputs. Size. Vertex attribute descriptions. Okay, now we need a format. For it. And we need the size. Question is, how can I get the format? Get binding range image format. So I mean, the get size is easy. Vertex attribute description, Vulkan. Okay, we would need to get the format, I guess. We would need to get the format, so I assume get kind. What do we have here? Oh, we do have a vector. Oh. Now that's interesting. I guess we would need to find out what we can get here, but basically we have a texture format and the uint, well, probably uint, yeah, size, and then we give it the format here, and we need to do a get format for the type layout, I assume. And then let's do here maybe get size of that format. Something like that. But I guess we could leave that out. Let's actually go to VS Codium, because I'm pretty sure we have that in our diff somewhat. Where we delete stuff. Where is the GLSR thing? What the hell? Is there no shader? Where is the GLSR compiler? Ah, it doesn't exist, right? It was in shader compiler. That was it. Didn't exist. Get shader data type probably is the thing I want. Well, get default format for the data type. That's what I want, yes. Copy. So I guess we do get default format. But actually, I think we will call it get format. For a slang type layout reflection. Jesus, the fat fingering is insane. Type layout. Yeah, we will fix that in a second, and then this is get format. I guess we do that. All right, this would be that, and then I mean, get kind is probably not good enough, right? Element type layout. No, okay, I think I know how to do it. Never mind, I found it on the type reflection. And then first we do if our type, well, we get a kind, slang type reflection kind. And then if our kind is an std vector, well, not an std vector, sorry, vector, then we need to do an internal thing. Oops. So we reflect on something else. Otherwise, we can just do automatically already that, and then we will move that to that function. So basically, we do another texture format, get format with, I'm not sure what the, I guess we give it the kind, well, the scalar type, I think, slang, scalar, or slang, type reflection, scalar type. That's it. And then we have here the type. Type reflection, scalar type. Bool. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted. Can I do a using here? I don't know. Guess float 32. That one we don't care about. Slang, type reflection, scalar type. U in 32. Okay, I guess we would need something else, I guess. Actually, I think we do then. Let's do a U in 32 probably, U in 32, T, count, element count. And then if element count, well, if element count is 1, well, I guess we could do a switch here again on the element count. Case 1. Is 3. So that would be those gone. Let's do the uint part. That is our uint. Well, I guess we don't have that. They are commented out for a reason, I assume. Maybe I don't like that too much. Maybe we actually do it here. Never mind. Be like that. Unhandled shader base type is fine. And we again do kind of that. We do as well uint 32t element count. Const is type get element count, and then yeah, we do the thing here. I'm not sure if that even is supported. Let's not support that for now. So float 32, that would be we need to get the element type. Good. And then here, if element count, Jesus. Well, actually we could do a switch inside here again. All right. Are you in 32? Let's leave that out for now. We have a 4 through here on purpose for now. I guess what we do have though. Well, actually, I'm not too sure which one I have. Ah, the U norm, yeah. So that would be scale and type. Int 8, I guess. Well, I guess fuck it. We will implement those along the way. Yeah. Actually, then let's get rid of that for now. So we get the format, that's fine. Type reflection. Is it done? Yeah, okay. Well, actually, that would be this here. And the struct we need to do a little bit different. So for the struct, what we need to do is we need to get the field count. So we do a uint32t const again. Field count is type layer. Get field count. A couple of those put in here. Let's actually do one more here. Okay. Fine with me. Oh yeah, and then for each uint32 t field index we do get the field done. And then we basically do the same thing. So we get the location is field layout, or like get, well, let's call it field actually. get offset with the slang this. And then we get the type. Well, I guess we can just call the same thing. So we basically do this. So that would be actually weird. Get type. Yeah. Kinda. Actually, we can get rid of that, pretty sure. I think that should be automatically done. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's see what we get out, I guess. I don't know. Oh, well, we need to actually return the feared thing. So the question is, can this even fail is another question, but yeah. So reflect info. We have two inputs. An RGB float 32 and an RGB float 32. Why is it? Oh, because we have 3 colors exactly. But that's not correct. I think I think we expect to float 4 color here. Don't we? ImGUI shader? Is it not? Yeah, it's a vec 4. Yeah, it's a vec 4 color. Okay, so that would be that. And then we would want to add a custom attribute here, but how do I do that again? Slang custom attribute. User defined attributes. maybe on var or feared. I'm not sure. Hey, thank you for the follow. Snuggy Sime 11. I hope I didn't butcher it too much. Attribute targets. Let's do field. I don't know if that is a thing. I don't know. I guess we will. Or let's leave var and see what happens. Format. And I guess we do a string here. And then the idea would be that I have here format RGBA unorm 8. That would be my preferred thing. But let's see if that works. The question is, how would I get that? Probably on the field. Field get attributes. Okay, maybe not. Type layout. How would I use that? Oh wait, on the type reflection or variable type reflection. Type reflection or variable type reflection, okay. Okay, so it would be on this thing, I guess. Well, actually that is kind of nice. Because then in here, if type get user attribute count is not, well, if it is 0, I guess we do that. Else we do something else. Const uint32t attributes count. Okay, then we do a for uint32ti but actually let's do it slightly different. Let's do it like that. If, well, we get the attribute, I guess. Slang attribute, user attribute maybe. User attribute by index I. Okay, if attribute get name equals format string ignore case equal or something like that. String.age. Perfect. If that is the case, then we have that, and then we would want to get the value, I guess. Get value string. And we get a size out, okay. U in 32D length. Well, actually, let's do std. Well, actually, string view size type. And then probably this is a const char pointer. Value. And then we have a string view value is a raw value and the length. And then we can do enums to enum. Why is that not a thing? Ah, from string or what? Ah, it's from string. That's weird. I guess we could. We could have done that slightly different, I guess, but yeah. Okay, I guess that's the weird shader error again. Unidentified I guess maybe shader compiler. Probably I would need to do it like that. Oh, overload for float 4. What? Did I do a weird thing again? Where is my shader compiler? Ah. And it just that. Okay, yeah, that looks fine. Well, unfortunate, we don't have that there. Why? So we have that here. Now we get the type layout, we get the type of the field. Maybe that's wrong, right? Maybe it's not allowed to do that. Maybe I really need to do field. Member not found. Attribute targets. Fair. Attribute target. Think let's see. I have the documentation open on the other side while it's loading. Let's go back. What could be the reason that we don't get that? Maybe it said something as well from variable layout. So maybe what we should try is field, get variable, get user attribute count. I still don't know why it crashes here from time to time. I don't understand that. Ah. Shader compiler. Var. Or maybe it's because of that, because it's marked as var, that it's on the variable. Oh, that one has one, yeah. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate, to say the least. So I guess field. But this is I guess I cannot. I guess I cannot do that differently then. So let's do get that. And we do it slightly different. So we basically have a texture format, get format, where we take in a slang variable layout reflection. Alright, and then this one is our variable reflection. Hello, welcome. What's up? Ah, you are not late. I was just early. Oops. Well, what did you miss? I basically killed GLSL by this point, mostly because I was not feeling it to adjust everything. And we are basically adding reflection now to the slang compiler. Variable reflection, get attribute at index, and then if we are format, we do that. Otherwise, we return and do get format of our variable get type, I think. Like that. We're currently doing the vertex attributes. Yes, currently doing the vertex attributes. Yes, that is what we are currently adding. So shader compiler. In my shader compiler test code, I have this, which is a custom attribute, where we have the format, and then you would do this in front of the color attribute. And then what you need to do is you need to iterate over the program layout, get the entry point for each entry point, get the parameters for each parameter, you get the type layout, and for that type layout you get the location offset for the varying input. Varying input is the input into the shader stage, so basically the vertex attributes. Then I'm just checking if it is a struct or just a normal attribute, like a vec3 or a float without a struct around it. If it is just a normal attribute, we reflect directly the texture format from there. If it is a struct, we go over each field, over each field index, and then we again get the location for it, for the field now, not for the struct. And then we get the format from that. And that should hopefully now give us hopefully the correct attribute. So we have here, and then we have the first one which I'm not sure why we are here, but fine. So we have 0 attributes because that's the position attribute, so we will go down to the next one. Exactly here, we don't have attributes on that one, so we get that. And then we go in here, we have 1 attribute. We are a format attribute. We get the raw value, which is RGBA unorm. And then we have a string here, which gets converted to a texture format. Beautiful. Oh, true, we could replicate the enum. We could do an enum, yeah. Yeah, not sure. For now, I will stick with the string. The string is more flexible, yes, but it as well is more error prone. So maybe actually you are onto something, and we should basically move this into slang, because slang has anyways enums, right? So we could do this, and I think we don't need to do enum class, right? It's enum, and not sure what does a slang have. Where is it? Enum. But can I define that? I thought I can't define the type of it. Can't I? But probably it's just uint. Enum unscoped. Oh yeah, uint. I guess then we can do a uint 8t. I think that should work, right? I think we can get rid of that. Well, I mean, let's be explicit. So, and then the rest should come automatically. I think we will put a comment here. I mean, this will move anyways, but this has to match texture format in CPP. Add path. And I mean, I guess we could do uint 16, but whatever. And then I guess uint 8t. Well, can I do texture format here? And would that then be here? Texture format : ? Is that how it works as well in? True, it doesn't really matter, yeah, in this case. But I mean, why not? It doesn't matter. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it's fine, because then you can just copy paste the C++ enum. That's why I keep it. Right, if you add one, you can just copy paste, replace, and that's it. But yeah, I'm with you that it doesn't really matter. I think we can get rid of that. We don't need those binding stuff because that is implicit. Alright, does that work? But then we need to not get argument a string, but probably get argument int. Probably. Is it a int32? Oh, it's an int32. Okay, int32. And this is, it seems like a result. Or Yeah. Okay, and then if slang failed, result return texture format invalid, but we should actually probably assert here. But yeah, let's assert for now. Invalid texture format or whatever, I don't know. But it's not that actually, it failed to pass the attribute, but whatever. To do, actually we should cancel the shader gen here. Alright, feel free to backseat, I don't mind. And then enums to enum texture format value. Maybe. You still want to hardcode the descriptor set binding, or is it just temporary? I think I am not sure which descriptor set you mean. You would need to... Okay, that works as well, perfect. Which descriptor set? Because there is no descriptor set here yet, or I'm not sure what you refer to. Yeah, we will still do that probably. We will still do that. I mean, we don't have in this test shader, we don't have that yet. But yeah, in bindless.h, I think we have it. Yeah. I mean, this is GLSL, right? But I think we will still do that. Yeah. And bind it still to 0,0 or whatever common is actually. Common.h. Is it 0,0? Yeah, bindless set is 0,0. And 0,1 for the images. Yeah, we will still do the same probably. At least for the foreseeable future. I saw that there is actually no, there is a good reason why I will do that, because I saw, well, I mean, there would be a way around. Yeah, I'm not sure. So first things first, with slang, you can do a descriptor handle or something like that. Descriptor handle, and then you have your texture 2D here, for example, my texture, and you could have that in a in a push constant, and then it would generate you the bindless thing like for free. And then I think, I'm not sure the syntax anymore, but it's, I think, something like my texture.sample or something like that, or load, and you can directly do that, which is nice. And I thought about that, but then I read a bit more in the documentation, and that's the reason why we will still do the bindless ourselves. Is technically this texture to the descriptor handle would only need to be uint 32, because we don't have a sampler. But what slang always does is it blows this up to 2 times, like 2 uint 32t, because it has a sampler index there as well, which is invalid in this case. So in a push constant with descriptor handles, you would use double the amount of space per texture to the index, bindless index, even though you might not need it, and that is actually quite wasteful. And there is, it seems like, no way to do your own descriptor handle currently where the bindless stuff is still generated, but you can only have a uint32 for it. So what we will do is we will have still our our push constants with uint32t's here for the indices, texture index, and then we just do the sampling the good old-fashioned old way, because then we can save space. I am not sure why they force you to have the sampler in there if you don't need it. Probably it's easier to implement on their side if it's uniform always, if it's always 8. But in my opinion, a bit wasteful. Okay, but that's nice. That's nice. So I think we have most of the things done. Oh yeah, and because we were talking the other day, exactly, it isn't combined, but it's still in slang. It will still use 8. It's still size 8 instead of size 4, because it still has the sampler index in there, even though you are sampling bindless, just a texture without a sampler. Well, you have to ask slang that. It's somewhere in here. Descriptor and descriptor. Is it here or is it in descriptor handle? Yeah, exactly, for bindless. And here it even states it specifically. The descriptor handle T will translate into a U in 2. Always. Because it will always be the texture index and the sample index. So that's quite wasteful, to be honest. Which is very, very unfortunate. I would have wanted it to be just a uint. So that's why we still have to hand roll the... Yeah. It is what it is. Maybe they will fix it in the future. But I guess, as I said, it's probably easier to implement it like that. Well, I don't know if we can get to that today, but let's see. Because we're already streaming 4 hours. Not sure how long I can keep going. But my plan would have been to get to get Imgui working again, but I think that's not a thing. We need to reflect the push constants for sure, and we probably need to reflect the descriptor sets as well. So for the push constants, there is as well probably 2 ways that we can have them. Oh yeah, what I wanted to say is I found out what those are about and how they work now finally. And let me explain, and probably that's why it works for you. Yes, at least I think they did, but we will find out in a second. But I wanted to explain you this because I need that again, actually. And set that to 1. And why it worked yesterday and why it didn't make any difference and why it probably works for you is one thing. There's 2 ways it seems like, and for Metal and Vulkan the compiled target supports multiple entry points. And probably what you do is you iterate over the linked, where is it? Over the linked result, and then you call linked get entry, like get entry point probably by index, and then get entry point code or something like that. Yeah, get target code probably. It's probably what you do, I assume. Or is it get entry point code? It's something like that. Anyways, if you do it per entry point is what I'm saying. What this internally does is it compiles your own, like only this entry point, so either your vertex or your fragment stage, and it replaces whatever you call your main function at this point with the main name. So what we talked yesterday, so basically if I go back to shader compiler, it basically at the point where we call this get code on the entry point, it renames this to main. And now you would say, okay, well that doesn't work, right? Because we have two mains, but it only compiles like this part, so it strips out this thing so it doesn't collide. Whereas in Vulkan and in Metal, you can just call get linked on the linked target, get target code, and it gives you the full blob of both stages. And without the flag, this would crash, or like it would result in an error. Because you cannot have two functions called main, because then you have the fragment and the vertex stage in the same compiled blob. So with that get target code here, and with this spur v here, we can do that. And then what that allowed me to do is I can get only one blob for the whole linked target, and it reduced the amount of shader modules I need to create in like the Vulkan VK shader module, because I only need one now instead of per stage, which is kind of nice. So as you can see, I'm not too sure what the pro I see is. I only need to do one shader module here, not per stage. Per stage might be good if because you could not, like, you could speed up compilation, right? You can only compile one stage, leave the other stages alone. But currently I just recompile the full shader. I'm not sure if that's a big deal, because I mean it's still only one shader, and I guess we could reevaluate it in the future. The old GLSL had like per stages, and it smartly only recompiled one of them, like only the thank you Flix for the follow. It only recompiled the stage that changed. It made the code way simpler now that I just compile everything, because I don't need to check which stage changed. Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think per stage is probably the better approach, because of the reasons that I just said, that you can skip compilation on unchanged. But the problem is with slang, I don't know how I would know which part changed, because I have like one slang file and the vertex and fragment stage are in there, and I don't know where the change is, right? I don't know in which stage you changed something, so I probably still have to compile both to know where the change was. So probably that was actually my thinking. Yeah, I have one file and I don't split it currently into the stages, because before what my GLSL preprocessor did is it took the file, and I had like my custom vertex and fragment stages in the same file, and I split it into two strings. And then I did like a hash on those strings and compared what changed. But now I only have like one slang file. Slang does its internal compilation of it. So I'm not sure, maybe slang gives me an opportunity to get the raw code of an entry point. But probably not, because it still needs to compile. So yeah, that is a bit weird, I would say. So I think for now I will stick with that until I figure out maybe how to do a per stage one with slang. But as I said, I would need to figure out what changed for that. And I don't know if slang gives me that. Maybe it does, but it probably is a lot more complicated than what I currently do. Oh yeah, we wanted to do push constants. Let's do push constants, and I think we'll call it a day after that. Because I don't think I didn't eat yet, so probably I need to do that. So let's do the push constant reflection, and then let's move on with that. Let's take this and call that, well, reflect vertex stage. I forgot what it was. Probably entry point is what I give it here. I'm not sure, but let's do that. And then here, void reflect vertex stage. Slang entry point reflection probably. Oops. Okay, that looks fine. That and that. Oh yeah, now we need the reflection info here. Okay, perfect. That's that. Or we need the reflection info here, and that's that. All right. Let's do. I kinda did. Well, I'm not sure if I did in GLSR, but it kinda is supported because the vertex input. Why did I support it? Let me think, actually. The vertex input stream. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. To be honest. Set vertex input. Yeah, maybe I don't. I think I don't. Yeah, I think I don't. I think I simplified that a lot. I think for me it's just one set and you have them like per location, one after another. But yeah, that would be preferred probably. Dude is cool. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate all the follows today. Maybe it actually paid off to start streaming so early. Probably there's not a lot of other people streaming, so they have to endure me. All right, so then. Probably. How would I want to do that? I think in the vertex stage, let's see, do I, if type layout, see, slang parameter category push constant buffer. So I think it would be that. So if my parameter get offset on slang parameter, whatever that is, category push constant buffer. There's an old docs that say the wrong way of push constant with entry point. The only way it works now is push constant attribute. Okay, well, let's we will find out, I guess. Size T push constant location. If push constant location is not this, then we say Onyx log found push constant. And we set a breakpoint here. And I think I want to do one more thing, which is in the reflect here, well, I guess it would work like that, but whatever. Entry point get, how do we do that? It's like parameter thing, right? So we do parameter by index. So I guess we would duplicate that. I guess, actually, yeah, let's not do that. And we basically, yeah, in that case, maybe we do it slightly different. Well, let's see. For now, let's do it stupid and multiple times at once, but whatever. So let's do that. I think we should only loop once. But let's deal with that later. So that's this, that's that, and then that's this loop, and then, yeah, that should be fine. Probably, yeah, this should move into the parameter loop. If we have a push constant, then we found a push constant. That's my idea. Sounds stupid, but it is what it is. I think that should already trigger, because we have a constant buffer, and isn't that a push constant, or is it not a push constant? Maybe that's not a push constant, I don't know. Is that it? Okay, I guess we have a weird thing going. Oh, wait, we are missing one here. And then probably one too many here. That looks better. Is a constant buffer a push constant or not? Is my biggest issue right now. Ah, where parameter get offset? Yeah. I think we have a race. Is it a race condition? Because it doesn't make any sense actually. Ah, Ah, that's so weird that it instantly dies. That it throws with that. Did we remove the... Yeah, we did, okay. So we would have the format, we would have everything else. Found push constant. Can I find more out about that? Probably not, right? I would need to, yeah. Probably string view name is parameter get name. Because I think a constant buffer should be a push constant, shouldn't it be? Like that? Input. Shade. Input. That sounds not correct. Why would that be considered a push constant? Cool. That doesn't make any sense. Get kind or get type? Get kind? Ah, no. Parameter. Get type. Get kind. But I don't think that's it, right? Because I don't think that we have here constant buffer. Yeah, I don't think that will do it. Parameter category. Binding type. Maybe we need to do that. Can I get that maybe? Get binding index. Where would that be? Get binding type. Get binding type. No. Well, the thing is, I'm not even sure why it returns that I would have a push constant right now. So, well, it returns the wrong thing as a push constant. Shader compiler. It returns the input as a push constant, which is kind of weird. I would have expected maybe that it returns this as a push constant, but not this as a push constant. That doesn't make any sense. What? Why would you return true here? Get category by index, but what would that be? Get category. Oh, the variable reflection, okay. Oh, maybe that, and if that... Let's try that. If parameter get category is parameter category push constant. Is that not it? Yeah, parameter push constant buffer, okay. I need to push attribute to define push constants. I don't understand that, but okay. Not sure what you mean with that, but slang parameter category. Okay. Well, that's fine. So in theory this should now fail, right? We should not get that. I want to have a breakpoint here, I guess. I think we shouldn't have a push constant now, if I'm not mistaken. If we have one, that's fine with me as well. Let's remove that. Okay, yeah, we don't have a push constant. Good. And now if we go to the shader compiler, because I assume probably this goes to a uniform buffer, right? Yeah, I mean it even says from a name. So probably this is a uniform, which is not a push constant. So I guess what you're telling me is I need to do push constant like that. And then it would be a push constant, or what? But would it be without the constant buffer? Would it just be UBO? Probably, right? Without the constant buffer. Unfortunate. Oh wait, maybe it gets compiled away? No, it shouldn't because it's used. Varying input, and that's it. Sadness. Why would it not? Sad. Oh, but maybe... Hold on, maybe... Because we shouldn't do that on Maybe we shouldn't do that on the entry point. Maybe we should reflect that outside of the entry point logic. Program layout. Get parameter. Maybe get parameter count. That is probably the global stage, right? Const uint 32t global parameters count. Okay, yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. Okay, in that case, we then take this out basically, and then we do the reflect like that again, kinda, and get rid of that. Let's do parameter index, it's fine. Oops. Global parameters count. And then program layout, get parameter by index. And that makes a little more sense. Okay. And then we do here. And maybe here. I think that will work. Famous last words. We have a push constant buffer, perfect. And then we have a push constant range here, the name is UBO, and we found a push constant, perfect. Alright, I think what I do want to do though is still have a similar setup. Let's copy that. Let's get back. Oh yeah, we still do that inside here. But we do the global one here. Entry point scope, and then I think probably we need to change that because it will complain that we are overriding that. Well, actually no, because it's local, right? Never mind, I'm stupid. And I think what I wanted to try, not that it matters too much, but shader compiler. I think what might work is not doing it like that, because that would be global and that is maybe not what we want. But I think what I read is that you can do a uniform push constant UBO. Maybe. Well, it does work, it doesn't work, it does something, maybe ish. I don't know. Do I not have a compile? Why did I not get a compilation step? Oh, okay. Modifier on our entry point parameter is unsupported. Well, that is unfortunate. What if we do... Let's try something stupid, right? Shader compiler. What happens if I do that? Is that considered a varying input, or what is it? Varying input, varying input, varying input. Okay, so that's not what we want. And that's a uniform. I'm suspecting that it's somehow working like that, maybe. But probably not like that, or? Descriptor table slot. Very sad. Let's actually... try something, look at something. Shaders, slang, and let's see if he ever does push constants. Or I guess he has a sampler for push constants, right? But maybe that's only doing like one, I don't know. Uniform push. Oh. Would that be it? So instead of having it like that, we would do shader compiler. Uniform float 4 test, uniform float 3 test 2, and then let's comment out that line for now, I guess. I thought of doing this. That would be as well a possibility, yeah. I want to see what that brings back now. That might be garbage, I don't know. It's a uniform. But okay, let's say we believe it that it's a uniform. Not a push constant. Yeah, but I would want to be able to, I mean, maybe, I mean, what else would you put in there, right? It's always a like, I don't think anything else makes sense. Where did I make a mistake now? Oh, I have like one parenthesis too much. Why would that be considered a push constant? Man. Why is it returning? God. I hate it. Why is it returning something that it's not actually true? Like, why is it saying it's a push constant when it's not a push constant? That's very unfortunate. Well, it now said that shader compiler. It now claimed that this VS input is as well. Well, it's a. Yeah, it returned a valid thing for get parameter index, which it. I mean, why? Why is this returning something? It said that it should return unknown size on unresolved generic formats already. Oh wait, it's not what I thought it would be. Never mind. Okay, then we need to slightly do it then we need to do it different. So basically the category is not allowed to be, well, it has to be uniform in this case. It has to be a uniform buffer in this case. I guess we could make it future safe and do an or push constant. Maybe they change it eventually. I would prefer that if it returns that, but what can you do? Guess we just have to live with what we get. Well, it's not buggy, it seems like it just returns you 0, even though it is not of that thing. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But fine. Okay, so we have this, and then that is an offset. We have test, and then we have test 2. I guess. Oh, that's interesting, maybe. Because the push location is the same. Well, whatever, I guess. So I guess we just hope for the best. Let's put a comment here. Hope for the best that uniform stays as push constant in slang when used in entry point parameters. Because yeah, that's kind of stupid, not gonna lie. Alright, so then if we do that and we get that, I guess in the errors part we don't do anything because we don't really care about that. Then we do out, well, or like reflection info, push constant ranges. What is that actually? Oh, it's a dynamic array. Yeah, okay. Okay, makes sense. So we would do if push constant location is greater than the reflection info push constant range size, then we would insert one here. Or do we actually care about that? Offset size, I guess. Maybe we don't care about it. I'm actually not too sure about that. Maybe we don't care about the offset. Well, it would be the same thing, right? So yeah, I think we would do that. Basically, if then we do a... If that is greater, then we do a reflect info push constant range insert add push constant location. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not sure if I will be here still. Don't get me wrong. Might not be here anymore when you return, but have a nice Saturday in case I'm not. And thank you for joining. And then we do push constant at the push constant location. Size. Well, I guess we could do the stage. We could base it on the stage actually. Stage is our stage. And the size plus equals probably parameter get size. I'll get type get size or get scalar type. It would probably be something like, yeah, I'm not sure, type layout. Maybe it's get size, I don't know. Actually, in this case, maybe... Do I need that? Could I just... Well, let's see. Let's find out, I guess. And then let's put a breakpoint here. We have this. Yeah. Let's see what comes out. Yeah, it probably needs. Well, the offset is kind of the... well, the alignment, I'm not sure if we need, but the offset was intended as like where it starts. But yeah, I'm not sure if that actually works. Huh, what? Oh. Stupid me. 28. Is that correct? Well, well, no, it's not correct, or... Interesting. Shader compiler. Actually, float 4 is what? 16? And then 12. Okay, no, so it is correct. 28 is correct. 16. Is it 16? Float 4? 4 times 4 is 16. Plus 12. Well, it should be more than 28 then, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it be 32? Wait, 16 and 12. No, actually it's correct. Never mind. 16 and 12, yes. 28. Okay, so that kind of works. I'm curious if we could... Ah, well, in that case we can't really... Okay, that's good. I guess we would want to find the push constant by stage in this case. And then we still do a shader stage or... Probably. For the global one, I guess. But how would that... Oh wait, how would that even work then? What would the... Because assuming we would have a push constant UBO. We still have the UBO here, yeah? We do. And then let's use that. And what happens then? Is that a compile error? Why do I compile so much? Well, whatever. But yeah, that's the last test that I do. I think we will not fully reflect the push constants. And we do the rest tomorrow. Because yeah, 5 hours stream is more than I am used to. But actually we got some good progress in, so that's good. But I'm a little bit fried and I didn't eat lunch yet, so... But tomorrow I think I will do the same. I will start early. Because actually we get a lot of shit done. Huh. Oh wait, we're not doing actually push constant here. Shader stage, let's do invalid. Well, let's leave that, I guess. Is that just combining it into one? I guess. Or but then, hold on. We're not hitting that anymore or what? I'm confused. So we find that one. Oh, okay, that's size 0. That's interesting. But fine. So I guess what we could do is... No, I think we need more info on the push constant if we would want to support that nicely. I think we probably need per push constant entry and offset as well and stuff like that on the reflection. But I guess we didn't need it yet, so we probably don't add it yet as well for slang. We will make it work with what we have. And if we ever need it, it happens. And we will add it. One interesting idea would be... Is there a difference? Well, let's actually try that. Because I'm curious about that. One more thing I'm curious about. So what if we... Okay, we do uniform UBO here. Fine. UBO. Like that. That is a push constant for the vertex stage. But then what if we have a uniform float for multiplier? What happens then? I guess if we would want to I prefer the push constant one, like the global one. To be honest, one question that I don't really know, I would need to ask someone that maybe is a little bit more experienced with Vulkan. We have like the push constant memory size, right? It is a maximum of 128 to 256 bytes, I think. Is that per stage or is that global? I think it's global, right? Because I need to offset into... I think, where did I do that? Is it in lighting? Was it in update light cluster or something? Where I did an offset? Maybe not here. I did it somewhere. Default maybe. Was it maybe here where I did that? Exactly, I have here the offset. That is just a fragment stage. That's not a pixel shader, I think. Exactly, because in the pixel, in the fragment, in the vertex shader, we have this with the model matrix. And then I have the push constant here where I need to offset it. So probably... Well, but I guess I could reuse it. So maybe it's a shared memory, but binding it will change it, right? Change the value. So I could have I could probably have a mat4 here for another matrix. I don't know. And then this layout here. Well, I don't need the layout then here, but imagine it gone. And then I could bind another matrix to the fragment stage, probably. Then it would have a different name, but is that really something beneficial? And would you ever have? That is not a question. Probably not. So yeah, in most of the cases, I think my global one would be fine, to be honest. I think a global push constant would be fine, but I still want to support it, I guess, if you would want to have it on the thing here. I mean, what you can do is... let's go to the grid task. What you can do is you have your constants here, right? And bind that to the fragment. But then there is nothing preventing me from doing a vertex one here. And having different constants, right? But I'm not sure constants too. Let's say that, I don't know. And then this would be constants too. And I assume they will be swapped. But I'm not actually sure if that is supported. If you can have overlapping memory between the stages. I'm not sure if there is maybe I remember there being a validation error for that. That they overlap. That's an interesting thing that I'm not too familiar with. But I mean, why would... I mean, Vulkan gives you the opportunity to bind for a certain stage, right? So I'm assuming there is a reason why that's the case. But yeah, I don't know. Because you bind it to a stage. So there must be a reason for that. But for that, I am not smart enough yet. Hey, it's going good, but unfortunately I'm about more or less to end the stream because I'm streaming since 5 hours and I need to eat. But hey, welcome to the stream nonetheless. We will be back tomorrow. I will still test one more thing, which I'm curious about. Unexpected token. Oh, probably that. Oh, and it's not named that. No. UBO. Yeah, while I'm building a game, well, yes, I'm building a game engine. Currently, I am rewriting my shader backend to use slang instead of GLSL. So the push constant range and location is the same. That's weird. So yeah, we would need to do a per stage one then, I guess. Oh, well, maybe let's do one more thing. Uniform location. It's my... oh, my music ended. That's the first. That would be nice. But unfortunately no. Uniform location 1, uniform. Sadness. Alright, where? TBG, I don't know that abbreviation. Hmm. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of. I tried SDR GPU a little bit. It's not bad, right? I mean, it can do more than what probably my engine can for now. I mean, my engine can already do quite a lot, but to be honest, okay. But I didn't like the way SDR GPU like the boilerplate you still need. I don't see it why you would use that. Doesn't feel, yeah, I don't know. Still feels like you need to do a lot of things manually in code. All right. I need to figure that one out. I'm not too sure about how I would go about that with the uniforms. Maybe we don't support it in the function. I don't know. Of slang so far, I mean, I really like the reflection. This is the first thing that is a little bit weird, but otherwise, it worked out very good so far. And yeah, let's hope that we have tomorrow the ImGUI shader again running, because I don't think there is then a whole lot other things that we would need. Thank you for the follow, Mike. Oh, oh, I have 200 followers. Nice, beautiful. Thank you. You're the 200th person. But I don't have a gift for you, unfortunately. But thank you nonetheless. Yeah, I will get something to eat. I will think about that a little bit off stream, and then we will be back tomorrow. Add the push constant reflection, and I think at that point we have everything we need again in to do the ImGUI shader. And as I said, once we have the ImGUI shader, I think there is not anything preventing us from converting the other shaders. And unfortunately, we have to do that because I killed the GLSL shader compiler for simplicity. And hopefully, I don't regret that. Yeah, have a nice rest of your Saturday. I will be back tomorrow again, probably at 10 my time, European, Central European time. And then we will do another stream, hopefully as well as long as this one. Some good progress today, even though actually the engine is like not even running anymore because of that, but we will get it back tomorrow, I am sure. Thank you. Let's actually raid someone, because why not? There's not a lot of people here, so probably we raid Mr. D-Boy again, like yesterday. Yep. Take care. See you hopefully tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Bye bye.
I hope. Doesn't do anything.